And we'll go ahead and push that live. So let's see if that works any better.
Giving it about 20 to 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, that looks like it actually started. Good. Yay, finally. That took entirely too long.
Indeed. But it is working.
To be fair, very little of it was actually YouTube's fault. It was mostly that my encoder settings were borked because they were tuned for a higher bitrate connection than this one.
Mm-hmm.
The bit with not being willing to go live at the end may have something to do with the fact that I was sending something in that wasn't exactly what YouTube was expecting, because I'd been mucking about with things. I'm willing to just accept it as, yeah, things were weird, we started over, it works better now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this base has been going for a decent length of time. It's not a small base.
If you save, it'll even tell you how long it's been in in-game. Or, well, played real time, I guess.
So when I loaded it, it was 13 hours, 50 minutes. So about 14 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been going for a good chunk of time.
Also reasonably messy.
Oh yeah. What else is new?
As one would expect, yeah.
I should put on my night vision goggles, because my base is not lit really at all. And if I don't have them on, it's going to get very dark. If I do have them on, it's going to get very green. I'll prefer green over invisible.
Yeah.
I tend to leave them off a lot of the time when I'm in the base, just because being able to see clearly is not that critical outside of my cone of vision, and it's always kind of jarring when it switches to green. Yeah, I have this, action role-playing game reflex that if the screen goes green, oh crap, something is deeply wrong, I've been poisoned. Because it's that same shade of kind of lime green. Yee. It feels more like a status effect than something good. So just for comparison purposes, without the night vision goggles, it is pretty darn dark.
Yeah, the NVGs look really good.
Yeah, it looks like daylight as lit by a green sun.
Yeah, it's sufficient.
I have no idea why the wiki was complaining about this. It does exactly what it's supposed to.
Maybe I'm just misremembering it. Who knows?
I could see it being kind of icky if you had a base that was lit by lights, because you'd go from a fully lit base to a green-tinged base. But that's really not the intended use case for night vision goggles.
Yeah. So I noted that you have a radar off in the desert somewhere.
Yes, I have an expansion base over in the desert here that, for the moment, is only gaining stone, but also has a moderate-sized iron deposit.
Oh, not bad.
So the reason that I have iron coming from over there is, well, let's take a look at my other nearby iron. There's this one here, which is surrounded by big base and medium base. There's this one here, which has huge base and big base fairly near it. There's this one here, which has big base and medium base. There's over here this one that's behind the huge base. Yeah. I was really happy when I spotted that little piece of iron, because that's the only nearby iron that is not ridiculously icky right now.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to need to wage a serious war before I get any more iron than what is right there. And I mean a serious war.
Yeah, it's resource crunch time.
Yeah. I haven't actually activated that iron yet, so it's not quite to the panic I need to be really worried about my resources time. But it's getting there. It's getting there.
Mm-hmm. This is the part I don't like about these settings is once you finish the starting resources, you're very likely to need to go to war without being fully prepared for it.
Isn't that usually when people go to war? Just saying. I think that is kind of normal and in some ways intended. It will be a very tricky battle, though, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, not prepared. By not prepared, I mean suicidal.
Mm-hmm.
Suicidal is bad.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite going to be suicidal, but it's gonna be damn hard. It is gonna be damn hard.
In my game, I have the evolution factor has basically gotten far enough along that almost everywhere has the big biters, which are really hard though, even with laser turrets.
So my evolution factor is actually reasonably low. And you notice that in the time that I've been walking around here, we haven't had an attack.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually fairly common for this base now. If I look at the energy history here, and I back out to an hour. So let's see, are the laser turrets showing? Yeah, the laser turrets are green. So this green line towards the bottom has one bump here, one bump over there. So there have been 2 small attacks in the last hour.
Okay, that's not bad.
The reason this base is almost never getting attacked is that I have completely switched off my dirty power. This base is running on pure solar. Therefore, it's producing very little pollution. And in fact, even more than that, most of my machines are full of effectivity modules, which only tell you that they reduce energy consumption. But if you actually look at their statistics...
Reduced energy consumption does in fact result in reduced pollution.
Yeah, it reduces pollution by the same amount, so most of the stuff in my base is producing 60% less pollution than usual, and it's using clean power. So I am producing very, very little pollution, which is why the enemies are fairly happy to leave me alone most of the time.
I imagine your oil industry is about the only thing really polluting much.
Yeah, and even that, it has effectivity modules everywhere, so...
Yeah.
It's... As far as oil goes, it is clean oil.
Yeah. It is as clean as oil gets.
The oil refinery is producing 1.44 pollution.
That is really good.
The pump jack is actually producing more at 3.6. But the two of those combined are less than a... they're producing less pollution than a couple of assembling machines will. The basic Mark 1 assembling machines. Which reminds me, I really should actually upgrade everything to Mark 2 assembly machines and get it all effectively modularized.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of amusing. The assembling machine ones are pollution 3, and energy consumption 90 kilowatts. The assembling machine 2s with the effectivity modules are consuming a third less power and 1/3 the pollution. Yeah, it's nice. They are far and away better when you actually add the effectivity modules to them. I wasn't sure about those at first, but the addition of knowing that they reduce pollution really, really makes them worthwhile. Especially if you're running on solar, so the extra energy is kind of tricky to get. I'm sort of dubious about whether the 2 radars are worth it. They are kind of the large portion of my power usage right now. The radars together are consuming 618 kilowatts, which is over a third and approaching half of my energy usage.
I haven't noticed the radars rescanning terrain after they've revealed it. They do give you better range on the real-time line of sight, but it's not that much better.
Well, the reason that I have them is so that no matter which of the bases I'm in, I can actually see what's going on in the other base.
Yeah.
That's why they're there.
That has relatively little value because you can't really affect it.
Yeah, but it allows you to see, oh crap, there's something going on there, I need to run over there now. Yeah, I'm sort of undecided. Oh yeah, I need to figure out how the hell I actually get into a vehicle. I built this car and it's sitting here and I've yet to actually get into it because I haven't looked up the control for that.
Enter. The carriage return.
Ah, okay. Enter the vehicle is in fact enter. Okay. Somehow that seems appropriate.
Indeed. It's also a sufficiently out-of-the-way key that you're not going to be accidentally hitting it. Which is good.
So, is
Probably
there no
needs to
reverse
be
gear at
moved.
all?
Yeah, there is.
Okay,
You do have to come to a complete halt before reversing.
Ah, I see. And you can't even just hold the key, because it acts as brake until you're at a full stop, and then if you release it and play it again, press it again. Okay.
It's a pretty standard guard against, never being able to stop. Because you keep accelerating the wrong way.
That's reasonable. Another useful way to do it might have been to have X be backup and S be stop.
But then you wouldn't have X for other things.
Yes.
It's also out of the way.
X. We're going to use that for excellent things. Yeah, excellent. Hey, Cole, you can go over there. Oh yeah, here's the one.
Also, be aware, although the wall has less health than the car does, trying to run into a wall will leave you with a half-damaged wall and no car. Also, when a car gets destroyed, its contents do too.
Well, that's not entirely surprising, because that's true of most things. There, now my car has solid fuel.
Yep.
I do over here by the boilers have a chest of coal. Mostly so that I have the coal for the recipes that actually need it. Which, as far as I know, is just the plastics recipe. I don't actually recall any others. Okay, so...
Solid fuel is a really nice thing to have, though.
I have been babysitting the assembling machine here, and I should probably continue to do so. It needs smart inserters. I need electric circuits for that. I should have a bunch of those produced now. Okay. I really want to get logistics set up soon. I haven't done much with that yet, but I think I need to. I did actually research the logistics technology, so I've got that.
There's not really much you can do with the logistics bots until you get blue science packs going.
Well, that's what this setup is here. This is the slightly automated blue science pack producer.
Uh-huh.
So you're streaming this somewhere, Vladimir?
Yes, I
and
am.
Also, hello. Where?
If you give me a minute, I'll even have copy-paste done.
Then.
It's okay, I actually got the right one.
I only had your Twitch stream.
Yeah, I've been playing around with the YouTube live streaming. It's reasonable.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's okay, and in the realm of live streaming sites, that's actually not doing too bad. If it manages to be better at overall stability than Twitch, I'm pretty behind that. And that's kind of a low bar to set. I have run into entirely too many issues trying to stream to Twitch. Less than I'd run into with live stream, but again, that was a pretty low bar.
Yeah.
So have you played Factorio at all, Migu?
Some, yeah. The early versions, back in the day.
I know what's bugging me. I can't see the alternate vision. I can't see what's being made in what.
Ah!
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Also, I just kind of accidentally flamethrowered a little bit of my base. I hit Alt and managed to tap spacebar at the same time. Damn it.
So you're quite far in the game, it seems.
I'm in what I would call mid-game, really.
Yeah.
Well.
Blue Science Pack production has just started. And is being manually done.
Yeah.
When I was playing, this would be really, really hype stuff.
Well, if I look at the tech tree, you can see I've researched a bit over half of the technologies in the game. So I'm definitely out of early game and into mid-game.
Yeah.
It's kind of progressively slower going from here, though, because there's a lot of blue science packs needed, and then eventually I'll get into the stuff that requires purple.
The purple science packs are actually not that hard to get.
Yeah, provided you can actually defeat enough base to gather the artifacts. The purple science packs are not hard to craft. The crafting is not the hard part of them. The obtaining is.
Indeed. Although you've got something like 670 of them.
Yeah.
I'll get you like 2 or 3 researches.
Oh, I could do portable fusion reactor, but that is a crap ton of blue science packs. 200, oof. I really want to get it automated before that.
takes a whole shit ton of other resources to even make it.
Mm-hmm. Well, the reason I thought about it was that it uses alien artifacts, which we were just talking about.
Yeah. I think there are some researches that will only use red, green, and purple.
Let's see, it's alien artifacts and processing units, lots of them. Processing units are actually
annoying.
Not much worse than blue science packs.
Yeah.
Because they're advanced circuit plus regular circuit. I suppose it is 2 advanced circuits and 20 regular circuits, but then a little bit of sulfuric acid on top of that. It's not that bad.
It's pretty bad because building that many regular circuits is kind of tricky. And it does go through them quick.
I really
But yeah,
upgrade
100
this
processing
one to an
units for
assembly
that
machine too,
one.
shouldn't I?
200 processing units for the Power Armor Mark II.
Yeah.
Plus...
You start using a lot of them in various places, yeah.
Plus the really high-end speed and effectivity modules? Yeah. 5 of each, which take for fucking ever to make. Oh, and they take so many resources, Jesus. Yeah, I managed to run out of copper twice, and I didn't actually get to finish the Power Armor Mark II.
Yeah, there's a lot of resourcing going on in late game. On the other hand, I'm kind of okay with that, because that forces you to optimize your resource gathering and your resource processing, which really is the nature of the game. So
it
yeah,
also
okay
pretty much forces you to have railways, really, because there's no other way to bring massive amounts of resources in.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can have a super long conveyor belt like I do here, but that only gets you so far.
Yeah.
And this thing is like, I want to say it's a 300 tile conveyor belt or something like that. It's nuts.
It's basically around the limit of what you'd want to build as a conveyor belt.
Exactly. And
Hell,
even as I was
I
finishing it, I was
bothered.
sitting there going, you know, I could have done this as a railway. That might have been smarter. Oh well. Meanwhile, I'm stealing advanced circuits from the Blue Science Pack production here because I want to make a couple of effectivity modules.
Oh, by the way, if you use the railways, just increase the input into the factories. Or do you have to still use the, inputting things there?
I'm not sure what the question is.
I sympathize.
Yeah, but... Never mind.
Railways are not likely to solve any of your short distance problems because they're really a long distance technology. So I don't know that it's going to help that much on the factories themselves. I suppose it might help a little bit in that you can offload from the railway into supplier chests that are right next to it without having conveyor belts sitting around, and then you could use the transfer boosting stuff to not need the fast inserters. But yeah. I'm seriously considering the basic exoskeleton unit. That looks like it could be nice. 30%
If you're
movement speed bonus.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
does consume a
that's
lot of energy,
really
though.
cool.
Yeah.
If you're okay having your train kind of sit there for a little longer, even regular inserters will offload it fairly quick, like within 2 minutes, definitely.
Hmm.
The inserter stack size bonus does apply to offloading.
Mm-hmm. That's why I mentioned it.
But of course, that really doesn't help anything. I've noticed what tends to happen when you have a good smelting setup and trains is a train will arrive, it will completely fill your your intake of ore,
Mm-hmm.
and then after a while the glut goes down, and you've got a few more plates in your storage, hopefully.
Yep. What the hell do I want to research right now? Honestly, I'm tempted to go for portable fusion reactor just because I can't come up with anything else that I want.
If you're going to use railways at all, you want the inserter stack size bonus.
Yeah, that's a
Sitting
point.
there with fast inserters, even with fast inserters,
That is a
it
point.
just takes too long with
Of
no
course, I have to
bonus at
figure out
all.
what the hell the icon for that is. Oh yes, it's this thing up here that
Top right.
looks like the yellow
Yeah.
thing with brown Mickey Mouse ears. Because that's really easy to tell that it's an inserter and 2 crates, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and I can do 2 levels of that without even getting out of the blue-green, the red-green science pack territory. So that's a good thing to do right now.
And then relatively soon relatively soon after you have your first railway set up, you're probably going to want the signals. But the signals can wait.
Yeah, the signals don't really matter until you're trying to run multiple trains on a track.
Yeah.
So it's going to be at very least your 3rd station.
Yeah.
Unless you're just planning on doing a really, really high throughput one that runs multiple trains at all times, and yada yada yada. I don't think that's really likely to be worthwhile.
It's more,
but yeah,
more starting to sound like Train Simulator.
It's based on Transport Tycoon, the train bit.
Okay, so now I can get the other effectivity module, which means I can actually upgrade the assembling machine that's producing my electronic circuits so that I can actually get them faster.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention cheaper. Yay, less power use. Always a good thing.
Yeah.
And there's the item stack size bonus 1. Let's grab item stack size bonus 2 now. Because I can.
And even just going up to inserter item stack size bonus 2 is really cool.
Yeah, that doubles it. Because, yeah.
It's actually triple the regular stack size. So, really good. You don't really need to bother beyond that.
Yeah, it's diminishing returns after there.
Mm-hmm. Yay, assembling machine 2.
course, I'm not getting as many electronic circuits out right now because they're kind of getting used for making the inserters and therefore making the green science packs, but oh well.
Yes, but on the other hand, you're not really consuming any blue science packs at all at the moment.
No, I'm not. There's in fact a little backlog of them on the belt there. I'll just go ahead and produce a bunch of smart inserters myself to get things started again here. Including producing all of the circuit boards myself. Oh well. So this needs more steel, which fortunately I just have. Okay, lab efficiency, really not worth it at this point.
Nope. I'm not sure it ever is.
I did pick up the first 2 levels just because they were red-green only. It was reasonable. Personal laser defense would be nice, but it does use a fair
laser
bit of
defense
power, I
is
think.
It's okay, but it doesn't really help that much once you have even just medium biters around. And it really doesn't help all with our massive numbers of biters. You don't want to be relying on your power armor for that. The shield is much better.
Yeah, I've got the
'cause
shield
it
Mark
basically
1
gives
at
you,
this point.
yeah.
The shield Mark 2 is kind of expensive because it takes 10 Mark 1 shields. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
And each of those is 10 steel and 5 advanced circuits, so that's 100 steel and 50 advanced circuits, plus another 10 advanced circuits for the processing units. Yeah. Oh, no, 20, sorry. So 120, and yeah, that's a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Or sorry, only 70 advanced circuits. It's only hideously expensive rather than incredibly hideously expensive. Or something like that.
Yeah, most of the power armor Mark II stuff is around there.
What else could I go and grab? The exoskeleton
Combat
equipment.
robotics you don't have at all?
What was that?
Combat robotics you don't have at all?
Yeah.
Those are useful.
They haven't picked it up at all yet.
Those are useful.
You seemed like you were kind of underwhelmed by them.
They're more useful when you can have many more of them.
Distractor capsules. Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
That might be the real way to go after the big worms.
Yeah.
Give them a whole bunch of other targets to shoot at.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a pretty good possibility.
Yeah,
Okay.
the defender capsules are okay for like keeping small numbers of the biters off you. But the distractors, those things, are probably really good. And since they're made with defender capsules, I'm guessing they also shoot?
Could be.
On the other hand, 200 blue science books.
Yeah. Everything is expensive.
Yep.
What I really need to do is actually get some stuff set up for making the logistics system better. I haven't had a chance to try yet. Do you know what happens if you place two roboports? Do they merge into a large logistics system, or do they do two individual? They merge?
If they're in range of each other, in logistics range of each other, they will merge into a larger system.
Excellent. That is exactly what
logistics range is the orange range.
It's the smaller one.
But they just have to be touching.
Excellent.
So they don't have to be in each other's logistics range, so you get a fair distance from them.
Good. And I've also noticed that you can fill them with a crap ton of robots, it looks like.
Oh yeah, and you need them.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But yeah, you really do need the requester chest unlocked before it becomes really useful.
I do have it, thankfully. That was actually the first Blue Science Pack thing I did.
And I think it's also not a bad idea to give them, like, speed bonuses and carry capacity bonuses.
Well, let's see. The technologies for those. Speed is 50, cargo size is 200. Yeah. It does double their capacity, but that's a lot.
Yeah.
I think really the thing I need to be doing right now is working on getting automation going for Blue Science Packs. Oh, actually, no. What I need to be doing right now is reconfiguring my oil refinery. Advanced oil processing, please.
Yes, indeed. And apply cracking if necessary. And apply cracking if necessary.
Yeah,
which ideally
I think I'm okay on that for now. Let's go ahead and set up a simple inserter to start filling my buffer chest here again. I need to move my copper mining, because that one's out. No wonder this thing is running so slow. Okay, so... right there, looks pretty good. The one thing I don't like about the night vision goggles is it makes it really hard to see the power areas. I also do kind of want to pick up substations at some point, but I think that's kind of more of a longer-term goal than something I need to do right now.
Yeah. Not terribly important.
And I think that's something that can easily wait until after I've got the Blue Science automation set up.
Yep.
So, do I need to do some cracking? Yeah, I am kind of short on petroleum gas, so it wouldn't be a terrible idea. So I've got combat robotics now. So logistic robot speed gives us a 35% boost to the robot's movement speed.
A noticeable boost.
Whereas the
It's
cargo
worth
size
having.
is actually doubling it. So that's
Yeah.
probably the one that would be more important to go for. It is, of course, the more expensive of the two.
I'm not sure if they're proportionally more expensive than the other. I think not. From vague memory.
It's 4 times for the cargo size, which is, like 3 times the bonus, but... It's in the same ballpark, at least.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna leave research idle for the moment, because I'm about to be disassembling it anyway, I think.
Not a bad plan.
So do I want to do anything with my existing red and green production here?
You could have them make you a few effectivity modules to have spare.
Well, that's not really something these guys alone can do. Because that needs the high-level assembling, the advanced circuit. I'm thinking that most of this system is actually pretty good.
It looks okay. Reasonably efficient.
I'm thinking really what I need to do at this point is get it set up so that the intermediate outputs are actually going into a chest by themselves, so that they can be used for other things more easily than currently happens.
Into passive provider chests even.
I've actually been using storage chests for that. I'm not
Storage chests are
entirely...
kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm not entirely clear on the difference between the two. I mean, let's see what the thing here
Robots
says.
will never put anything into a passive provider chest. They will put things into a storage chest.
Okay.
Active provider actively tries to empty itself via robots.
Mm-hmm.
Passive provider will only respond to requests. A request chest will actively try to fill itself. And that's about the whole system. The storage chests are buffer storage, effectively.
Mm-hmm. So basically, passive provider is good for an intermediate sort of thing. Active provider would be more of an output situation.
Yep.
And requester then obviously is input. Okay.
Yeah, and storage chests are effectively for exactly what they sound like.
Mm-hmm. So basically, if I have a chest that's not being pulled out of by an inserter, it should probably be an active supplier.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to get the stuff out of there and into central distribution location.
In fact, there's some overlap with logistics pipes, if you remember them.
Mm-hmm.
The passive provider is like the provider pipe and module, whereas the active provider is a extractor.
Okay, so I need steel, I need plastic right now.
Mm-hmm.
I also really kind of need to build a second roboport, now that I understand how that works. Which means I again need steel and plastic. That seems familiar.
Indeed.
You would think that steel and plastic were common needs at this level of technology or something.
Yes, my first factory does in fact have a steel and plastic transport belt. No, actually, it's steel and batteries. Those are necessary. Those are two of the necessary things for blue science packs. Never mind. I think my plastic rides the inserters conveyor belt.
Ah, so here's something that doesn't have effectivity modules yet. One of my 2 electric furnaces. The manual use ones.
Oh noes.
Yes, this actually does need to get fixed. Because that's a non-trivial power drain.
Well, it looks like only one of them is out of... is missing its modules.
Mm-hmm.
This is somewhat more okay.
Well, yeah, but that's still, like, over 90 watts that I'm using that I don't need to be.
Yep.
So, you know, like 3 or 4% of my energy output. Not emergency situation, but definitely noticeable.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to get to a roboport right now. That's going to need a bunch more steel than I have. Plastic is not such a big deal at this point. And the steel I can, well, steal. Yes, I find a bunch sitting in the assembling machine for blue science packs, which is not actually running right now.
Yeah.
So the main thing that I need for the roboport is I need 45 steel just for the thing itself. Oh yeah, I don't actually need steel over there. I just need it for the Roboport.
I was about to say something, but I figured, considering the stream delay, you were probably about to figure it out. The steel placed in the input chest that didn't need to be there.
Yeah, I did eventually notice and go, wait, that was dumb.
Now, the logistic request interface is a little interesting.
Yeah, I've played
Although
around
once
with
you
it a
do
little.
figure it out, it works.
It's reasonable. The bigger problem I was having was just that the starting logistics robots really were not equal to the task that I was trying to give them.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Although it's funny to be standing next to a storage chest and just watching things to your inventory. You really did need to be standing right next to it.
No. Let's just make a bunch of the advanced circuits. I need to get up to 35. I don't think the second batch there is going to be necessary. Oh no, I need 45, not 35. That's a little bit less nice. There we go, 45. Ugh, that takes forever. Now I can make the Roboport in 15 seconds.
Heh. Yeah. Advanced electronic circuits just take for fucking ever.
Yes, they do. Okay, so take down the existing RoboPort because now I have 2 to distribute. And now I have to figure out where the hell they're hiding in my inventory. Those are the robots, those are the RoboPorts. Okay. Ah, hey, it even connects them by a line if they will actually form a single system. That's useful.
Indeed.
And it tells me that they don't even actually have to overlap, they just have to touch.
Which is what I said.
But the areas themselves don't even have to overlap.
Yeah. Although at that point we're really talking about the one tile difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's an important tile.
It is, especially for you, where that one important tile happens to be right on the ores line.
Yeah, I'm sitting here
iron
going,
plates
do
or
I want to
something?
overlap that at all? No, I'll just move the line a little bit.
Darn it, YouTube, I pressed full screen. Go full screen already. The YouTube player is still slightly buggy at times.
Welcome to technology. Something is slightly buggy. It's normal.
No, something is slightly buggy at times.
Even more normal.
Indeed.
Okay, so I now have an extended logistics network that actually covers the stuff that I want it to cover.
Mm-hmm.
This is much nicer than what it was before, yeah.
Amazing how that makes a heck of a lot of difference.
Yeah. So...
You know, you don't need the bottom center conveyor belt. If there's 2 conveyors going in from the left and the right,
Yeah,
it
true,
turns
true.
into a...
I just didn't think of that.
There's also the one place where you have a fairly big loop of the copper plates so that they end up on the right side of the conveyor instead of the left. You could replace that with a slightly smaller design. It'd still do the same job, it just wouldn't take up as much space.
I not only see what you're talking about, I just did it.
Yay.
Ah, that iron area is toast. So we're down to 3 iron producers here. Granted, they're 3... Well, one of them has a very high yield, yet one of them has a medium yield and one's low, but we're still doing okay. But we definitely do need to be thinking about upgrading that and getting the
I could actually
supply going soonish.
you could actually have reduced the copper plate thing even more.
No?
If you'd kept the original rightward pointing empty belt, but had another belt above it pointing down, and then had your existing downward traveling belt with the plates on
that's
going to the right.
not much different.
And that actually takes up a little less space.
Yes, it uses 2 additional tiles in the center to save 1 tile on the edge, I guess. Well,
1 tile on
I
the edge,
suppose,
which might be enough to put another mine down. I'm not actually sure, I did not.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's copper. I've got more than enough extra space for copper mines here.
This is true.
And if that deposit causes me problems, I have another big deposit that's still in my borders. Copper is not an issue. Iron is an issue.
Yeah.
Copper is not.
Unlike my game, where copper is the issue and iron is perfectly fine.
Yeah, and not only do I have the extra iron inside my base, I've got 2 little things of iron down below my base, and over near the expansion base there's a crap ton of iron. Iron,
yes.
Not iron, copper in all cases. Iron is a problem, copper not even slightly. Not even slightly. Oh, the other nice thing that I like about the expansion base is it has stone. This game has been light on stone for a while, which is why the belt here has a crap ton of stone coming in.
Yeah, for the most part, you really only need 1 medium-sized stone deposit to have that medium-sized deposit.
Finally. I was working off of these itty-bitty deposits for so long. At this point, I can probably just go and shut down the production and convert it to pure iron. I could also leave 1/2 of it as the stone blocks, because I don't think the regular stone's going to be a problem.
Yeah, regular stone is really only necessary for, like, boilers and things which,
And rails.
Oh, right,
enough.
railroads. It's basically the gravel for the rails. For the rail bed.
I will go walk along my little track here. You'll notice that the track has little lasers sitting by it that have done tiny little amounts of damage and a couple kills in some cases. Yeah, just enough to keep off the odd wanderer.
Stone bricks, on the other hand, are constantly necessary.
Oh, hey, the stone quarry actually ran out.
Ooh, amazing.
Not the stone brick one, just the stone. Oh yes, and the
that's
mines
pretty much
up
the
here,
state we wanted it in.
Yeah, the mine up here had 3 effectivity modules in it, because this thing is fairly near some large bases. It really wants to be as low footprint as possible. really means I should make 3 more effectivity modules if I'm going to be putting in a second mine up here. Yeah, go ahead and start crafting them, me. It's gonna take me a while. Okay, and I want a underground belt, which I already have it, because I had used it elsewhere and then found a way to get rid of it. And so that's now sending iron, and I should go clear the way for the iron by going and picking up a crap ton of stone. So let's see, in my inventory right now I have no stone.
You know, the control click to directly put into a machine without opening its GUI is really handy.
So that got me, about 500 stone, I think. No, more like 450, I think. But yeah, bunch of stone. Plus a bunch of stone brick, because, well, it was right next to the stone I was picking up.
Yeah. It's only 6 stacks and most of a 7.
Yeah. It's not too bad.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you started that iron chest production, but you know you do have a couple of them sitting in your hotbar.
Yeah. Oh well. Okay, so you are going to be extracting the stone that's in there. You are going to be adding stone bricks to that chest. And I will add the stone from my inventory to that chest as well. Honestly, why did I bother with the smart inserter? Done.
Yeah, it's a manual inserter job.
Yeah.
For sure.
Makes more sense this way, yes. Now, I should run back and actually add the efficiency stuff to the mines over there. Really, half of the reason for having the lasers out there isn't so much protecting the transport beltway, it's for protecting me if I'm walking along near it. And I accidentally draw the ire of the base that is right here. Because you see that little base that's kind of nestled in the nook of the lake here? Yeah, it's got some nasty stuff in it. That is the base that I made the mistake of going after with a flamethrower at one point. And very quickly had to reload my last autosave. Because it has a crap ton of worms.
Oh yeah, that's nothing but worms.
Yeah, it's got like one biter spawner, and everything else is just worms. Jeez. Nasty, nasty place.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Maxed out efficiency here. 18
I really want
each.
some rocket. I really want some rocket range upgrades. Research.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Because with a bit more range to the rockets, you could kill the big worms without getting into their range.
Yeah, and even if that just attracted the ire of nearby biters, that would be fine. You can deal with the units. It's the great big buildings that are kind of ridiculous to attack.
Yep.
Zoom! I love running across the belt here. Especially when you get to the nice straightaway sections and you can just let it go and zoom along. Okay, so there are 2 mines back there.
Your snaky conveyor belt looks really silly.
What, the great big long one going all across the terrain?
Yeah, the part that goes, you know, curve, 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 curve.
Yes.
That's
Well, it
really
needs to
silly.
move diagonally. Not my fault there isn't a diagonal conveyor belt.
I honestly would have just built it as 2 long straightaways.
The problem with doing it as straightaways is the diagonal path really is less dangerous because there's
Yeah.
red bases everywhere. That's why I went diagonal rather than going straight up and straight right. Because I'm going, I don't
Yep.
want to get near that shit!
Yeah, but for the distance in this case, I really, really would have gone with the railway directly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the railway
Like,
would
that
be
must have been a
useful.
really boring build. too.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. I built it as 2 segments. I built it as the segments that went down and the segments that went left.
Uh-huh.
And doing it that way, it was relatively easy because I wasn't fiddling with rotation constantly.
I know. That's how I'd do it too. But then I'd also have to fiddle with the fixing the accidental, oh, I shouldn't have put it on that. Oops. Ow. Damn it.
Yeah, I didn't have
Rotate
that
again.
much of that just because I was following along with the shadow of the power line. So it was, okay, the shadow crossed the right-hand edge of the tile, so I do need to go one extra step right this time. It ended up being relatively easy.
Evening, by the way, guys.
Hello there, Easy. You want to send Easy a link here?
You already did.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you sent a link to the room, so you've got a comment on your video at the moment from Stroke saying beep.
Indeed.
Well, hello there, Stroke. Beep to you too.
I don't think he's watching.
I don't think he is either. He's playing some other game, I believe.
Yeah, I was done clicking it, so it went to the wrong room. Ah, well. Anyway,
The distance between commentators and where I was is...
No, it was...
Right.
Factorio shortly.
Yeah.
Which was like 45 minutes previous.
Well, I didn't even say that because I've been sort of catching up on videos and stuff around the house, so...
It's okay. So I'm just getting my iron import from the first expansion base set up here.
I'm looking at your iron conveyor belt system then, I'm going, what?
What, the one that's full of iron plates?
The one that's full of iron plates doubled and then you're splitting it and then going, yes, let's try and put it all through there. You don't need that anymore. I'm assuming it was there because of something prior.
Load balancing.
Yeah, it is actually load balancing because the two sides that are coming in are from different mines. Oh hey, I can actually skip on making the other activity module because I can actually just claim a furnace because this mine is dead. Well, okay then. This would be why I actually need to get this set up, because my existing iron is dying.
I was having a look and the next version is supposed to have is it basic multiplayer in the next one, or is it the one after that?
So I was hearing. Soon, at any rate.
Middle
I'm
of next
expecting
month?
something like Minecraft Alpha multiplayer.
Yeah.
You know,
The damage is half busted. You
you can kind of play in the same server, but you can't access chests or machines or anything.
I can believe that, yeah.
On the other hand, I'm also expecting it to very quickly get upgraded once it's working.
Sounds about right. Okay, now I need to figure out how to prevent the stone bricks from continuing on here. So I need to do
the
tricky stuff with the underground belts, yeah.
Yes, the underground belt trick. It's actually not too bad. Especially since you can rotate the belts afterward once they're placed. So you can place it as an intake, and then you hit R, and it becomes an outgo, which is exactly what you want in some cases. Like in this case, I'd have an underground belt trying to go to the right entrance, and then rotate it so that it's an exit, and just catch the output.
Okay, that's
There
not
we
what
go.
I have to see.
All done.
Yep, something like that. Except I reclaim the...
Yeah, I just hadn't done it quite yet. It's already done now. And that confirms that the stone bricks do indeed pile up there if they're not being pulled.
Yep,
And
they
yes,
pile up in
good.
the right...
Excellent.
in the right tile, too.
Mm-hmm. It
So
is in
the
fact
inserter
exactly
can
what I
pick them
needed
up.
it to be doing.
Yep.
I have a nice dance going on with the inserters here. They're just about perfectly counterpointed. The ones that go into the electric furnaces.
Yes, that is a nice trick. I've just caught up with it. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
slightly
it's very
behind.
cute. No, it's okay, I'm in the same place. It's just the stream delay.
Yep.
Something along the lines of 20 to 30 seconds.
Which
But,
is
you know,
fairly standard, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Mhm.
oh yeah, that load balancer is useful again. Or it would be if you didn't have stuff coming in from the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that load balancer is going right. I need to take one from the left, put on the right, and I need to take one from the right and put on the left. Why don't I just let them go through? It's going to get confused. You do realise this?
Yeah. But that's also perfectly okay. Because basically what happens is the system gets limited by the amount of iron that's being used.
Which is exactly the right limitation.
Mm-hmm. This is what I wanted, yeah.
And it always seems to be the right hand side of the belt that gets picked up first. Doesn't matter which way it's going, it's always the right hand side.
And I upgrade that to a nice smart inserter, a nice fast inserter so that it fills up that chest with iron. Yay, iron. Okay, now, back to what I was originally intending to do here before I got distracted with, oh crap, I need to solve my iron! So, what I need at the moment is to take off my night vision goggles because it's more distracting than helpful in the middle of my base. And hell yeah, I might even place a light or two. Here's a thought. I have not actually crafted any yet, so I have to remember where the hell they are. I mean, the last time I actually looked at the light crafting, it was like half this many things around it. There we are, lamps. And of course, as soon as I start crafting lights, it becomes day.
I'm not sure it's actually worth crafting the lights here to maintain, you know, low power. The lights do consume a bunch of power.
They consume 5 kilowatts.
Oh hey, never mind.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
once you have 100 of them, we'll
yeah,
care.
if I had 100 of them, I'd be worried about it, but I made 5. That's 25 kilowatts. That will be completely unnoticeable.
Speaking of making 5 lamps, you'll probably notice that you have an extra iron bar in your inventory. That's why I always make them in stacks of 10.
I have an iron stick! Ah!
Yes, an iron stick. Exactly.
How terrible. How will I ever survive this horrid inefficiency?
It eats up a stack that you could use for useful things. Also, I've noticed you haven't researched the tool belt. That thing is
Haven't had a
useful.
need for it yet.
Dude, it's 10 extra storage slots.
I haven't been
And
running into inventory
ones that are
limits.
really easy to get to without opening your inventory.
Yeah, it's just not something that's been necessary yet. Because most of the time I've not been carrying around especially much stuff.
I don't carry around much stuff either, but I still have kind of grown accustomed to having that. Hmm.
Okay, there we go. So that clears off
admiring your...
Hmm?
I was just about to say, I'm just admiring your factory layout there. Very efficient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to figure out what I'm doing here, because I do need to still have iron input to the one that's making the, whatever they are, the inserters here. And that doesn't quite fit with the layout I was looking at.
Sure.
Well, I was thinking about going from the gear plant and then having two north of that, making electric circuits nearby, and then the wires further than that. But I do actually still need to feed iron into the sort of central one there, because it needs it. It's part of the recipe.
Yep.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do right now? I am going to get rid of these stupid small electric poles that are frickin' everywhere in here.
They're not stupid, funny man. They're necessary. Or they were necessary at one point.
Yeah, they were, at one point. They are no longer. Therefore they can be trashed and such. And replaced by the occasional larger electric pole in a slightly more sensible position. It's still a bit more spaghetti-ish than I would like, but until I actually get my substations, it'll do. It will do. Okay. I need to feed iron to that. How am I gonna get iron there? I could drop in a splitter and just have a dead-end line walking straight over to it. This is not a terrible idea.
Yes, that was my thought. With the splitter. It's good enough. And the circuits do use some iron themselves. So if they're relatively close...
Now, the circuits will just be pulling off of the main line, because they'll be close enough to it.
Hmm.
Okay, so I want some passive supplier chests. Passive provider, rather. I will make 5 of those, and it will take a while for the rest of them, but
Yeah.
I'll get the first one fairly quickly. So 1 passive provider there. I assume stuff in a passive provider counts as being available to the system for purposes of smart inserters.
Yes.
Good. Speaking of smart inserters, that one doesn't need to be. And somewhere around here I have a splitter, I think, still? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I do actually need to make a new one. Yeah, it's not highlighting one when I mouse over it, so must actually need a new one. Okay, and reconnect the lifeblood here. And there's a little bit of excess copper sitting there that's never going to get used, but that's fine. Also, I'm an idiot because this should terminate 1 step earlier. That one should be a passive provider.
In fact, it could terminate 2 steps earlier.
Yeah.
Still in the same tile.
I like it terminating 1 step earlier just so that I'm not pulling it straight off the end of the conveyor belt.
There's nothing wrong with it straight off the end, though.
I've heard that it can be a little odd with the inserters, so I've tried to avoid it.
Not really. At the point they've come off the basically not on the belt anymore, which they are 2 different kinds of items. You'll notice that you don't get highlights for item on ground when they're on the conveyors. Putting onto the conveyor belt from the middle is kind of iffy. But mostly because you can't really determine which side of the conveyor it's going to go on.
Trying to figure out the exact placement here that I want. Because I do need a second supplier chest around here. I think I know how to do it. Yep, like that. That. And then I need a couple of smart inserters, one there.
You've now got 4 people watching you, funny man. 4 people watching you.
Wow. Hi, guys. Including
Also, I was wrong
T-Man.
before. Yeah, I was wrong before. It's actually 0.11 where the basic multiplayer is going to be.
It's not 0.11, it's 0.11.
Yes, clearly.
Yeah.
.11 was a while ago.
True. Factorio 0.11. Multiplayer for the brave ones. Very raw and very buggy.
Yeah.
Bit like Minecraft still is, though.
Okay, so this one needs to be making intermediate products copper cable. And
Minecraft is
here...
stupidly stable these days. Core Minecraft, at least.
This is going to be
once you
pulling
throw...
out
Yeah.
if copper cable is less than 100. And then over here, this will be electronic circuits. And the electronic circuits will be pulled out if electronic circuits are less than 100. And you know what? I am going to end up using that one for the iron, that belt. Because otherwise I'd have to use a long-handed inserter for the advanced circuit thing. Not advanced circuit, the ordinary circuit. I don't want to have to use a long-handed inserter for that. That would be silly.
Indeed.
Also, holy crap, I actually do need a fast inserter there.
On the cables, yeah.
Actually, the one I was seeing was on the iron, but the cables as well, yeah. Just because electronic circuits in general are really fast to craft.
Yep.
And I'll even go ahead and grab one more fast inserter and put it on the input into the cables. Because why not?
Don't forget your effectivity modules.
Mm-hmm. Yes, those can go into there, and then I've got one extra one that was bound for a furnace somewhere. Yes, here it is. Okay, so the logistics system is getting better. Apparently it destroys the green wires when you take down the pole that they're attached to. This is not too bad, because really what I can do right now is say logistic network
Logistics
connection.
network. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which doesn't actually need a wire. So, if our inserter count is less than 100, go ahead and grab inserters. If our transport belt is less than 100, go ahead and pull more out. And then I'm also going to go ahead and use a smart inserter and a passive provider chest here, and say that we are now going to be pulling out iron gear wheels.
Mm-hmm.
When less than 100. There we go. So now iron gear wheels are also exported to logistics.
Indeed. Which is also a thing, because you do use a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want more passive provider chests, please. Because I think I'm going to be using those all over the fucking place.
Yep.
Oh yeah, there's a gun turret in the middle of my research area still. I think that can go away now that basically the entire base is safe from aliens. I mean, seriously, I don't think we've heard a second alien attack since we started here.
Yeah.
Okay, so the second red science pack assembler. Well, for the moment I can just remove it, because, yeah, I've got a big stockpile of those.
Mm-hmm. And that means also getting rid of the second gear factory.
Mm-hmm. And then... Okay, I feel silly, but I'm now going to move the transport belt back that I had just gotten rid of not that long ago. Because I'm going to be redesigning this a little bit so that I can actually output better.
It was bugging you, wasn't it?
Yes, yes it was.
It was bugging me too.
Also, this was why I ordered the second batch of passive providers. Because I was looking at this and going, you know, I really just want to have those passively provided.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much so that they can actually be used elsewhere, but because that makes it really easy to set up a smart inserter that determines the number to keep.
Yeah.
So, if our Science Pack 1 collection ever drops below,
10.
Nah, I'm okay with actually building a stock of them, so let's make it 100.
Yeah, for science ones, that's probably just fine.
Mm-hmm. They're cheap. Take two, they're small.
Yep.
Ah, I even know how we can get the second one back in. Okay, sure. I shall do that. Am I out of medium electric poles again? Yes, I am. Okay. Let's make a bunch. Clear off the stuff that I'm not actually using from my hotbar here. Like the electric mining drills and the red wire that I made one ages ago and never used it. Yes, this is why I don't particularly feel the need for a toolbar. If I need more space on my existing toolbar, I can just, you know, clear off the stuff that I haven't
Dump
used
the
in 3
junk.
hours.
Yes. Yes, you can just get rid of the junk.
Yeah. And now I've got like 6 things on my belt that are actually useful. No, I did not quite place that right. The second factory needs to be over there, which means that the pole goes between them. So now, the intermediate parts, I need iron gears here. And over here I am making science pack 1s. Which does actually mean that I need to redirect the belt down one more step, annoyingly. Because I do actually need to input copper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I need one more smart inserter. Which will also say if red packs go below 100, start producing. There we go. Problem solved. Now we've got the double up on science pack 1s. Which is probably important, because you do tend to go through a
run
lot
through
of
them a
science
lot.
packs. And the fact that I've got a double on science pack 2s, yeah, probably want to double on the 1s as well. Since you tend to use them at about the same rate. Okay.
So, we've got a whole bunch of products.
So the next thing
Now
that I want
request-
is I want to get the other kind of storage chest, or rather the actual storage chest. And I want to gather all of my storage chests over here near the science stuff, because that's probably going to be more or less central. I also wish to have some active provider chests.
I'm thinking requester is more immediately desired, but I could be wrong.
I'm taking care of the input end first.
Mm-hmm. input end would be requesters.
For plastic? No, I want it to be provided from over where the plastic is to the research area, and then pulled from there.
So you're taking care of the output end here. Output of plastic. Going to storage.
Input into the logistics system.
Hmm.
It is output from what's producing it, but it is inputting into the logistics.
Mm-hmm.
Tomato, tomato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then...
Confusing
I
either way.
want-
You need coal to your plastic.
That is in fact
think.
exactly what I am taking care of now.
Uh-huh.
So I just made a smart inserter. It's going to say... When we are low on plastic in the logistics system, I will be inserting coal into the chemical plant. And now I need to actually, give it power, and slightly more importantly, give it coal. Which means I have to run over to the opposite side of my base for a moment. And actually grab the contents of my coal chest. 768 coal should last for a little bit. Not permanently, but it'll do for now.
A while, yeah.
Especially considering I can prime the system with like 400, 500 plastic.
Yeah.
I can just imagine this
The
part.
other thing... Yeah.
I was gonna say I can just imagine this on this like specific part that Freeman's doing now on multiplayer. Yeah, can someone grab us some coal? Where is
Yeah.
it? The far end of the base. Okay.
Yeah, I'm over there. Here, I can get it for you.
Hang on, I'll be with you in 5 minutes or so.
Yeah. The thing I'm thinking right now is, how many logistics robots do you have?
At the moment, 4, which is grossly, grossly insufficient.
That's... Yeah...
Also, none of them are
probably gonna be a
actually
problem.
active at the moment because they're sitting in my inventory. I should probably fix that.
Right, because you mined the Roboport at one
Yeah.
point.
There we go. 4 robots wandering around now.
Also, at some point, I think I saw repair modules in the Roboport, but no construction bots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna put construction bots in, but I was too busy making logistics bots after that when I realized just how many of them I was going to need.
Yeah.
Okay, so batteries. So I think I'm again going to do the same trick here with using a smart inserter that says when the logistics system is low on batteries, I will start dumping stuff into the chem plant.
And because inserters are smart, it can feed from the same input. Both kinds of things.
And it now knows that, yeah, we've got plenty of batteries because I just dropped them into the active provider chest. So that's good. Available robots, 0 of 4. Yeah, I need more of them. So that sounds like a good project for the moment, actually. So
Yep.
I will be needing engines, plastic, and batteries for logistic robots. None of these too bad to get. The engines are probably the most annoying because I've got a ton of batteries and a ton of plastic. Remind me what the engine thing is. Pipes, steel, and gear wheels. Yeah, those aren't even that expensive.
Nope. Even the electric engine is kind of okay.
Yeah, it also needs electronic circuit, yeah. So let's have a passive provider chest. Actually, do I want to do that, or do I just want to move this thing?
Nah, keep it manual. Engines are okay. You'll want to automate them later. But if you do want to automate them, you may as well put the 2 engine plants right next to each other and auto-feed.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what I'm gonna do.
Also, at one point you're going to want the regular engines too when you start making trains. Takes 15 per train engine. So keeping a stockpile of 30 of those is not a bad idea.
So I need more smart inserters. I'll just use ordinary dumb inserters and a chest for the input into the engine construction thing for the moment. So this one is going to say if we do not have 30 engines, we will go ahead and feed that. This one is going to say if we do not have 5 electric engines, we will make some. And then I need power around here. And annoyingly, the place that I need to place the inserter is just out of electric range.
I think that's always how it goes.
Okay. Hey, cool. All of the inserters drain the exact same amount of power. Neat. So there's really not much incentive to use the lower inserters, except if you just don't have the higher ones sitting around. Which you often don't, so yeah. Okay, so I need a bunch of pipe.
I seemed to recall that the simple inserters were cheaper, but apparently not.
Nope,
What do
the
you
simple
know?
inserters are also 400 watts. Or actually, it's got energy consumption and drain. The drain is the same on both of them, the energy consumption is higher on the active ones. Cute.
Drain is passive drain, and energy consumption is how much it costs to do a move.
But they're still not that expensive.
No.
Not when you're dealing with machines that are significantly more expensive that they're actually working with.
Yay, it was power-up time.
So, passive providers on steel. And then I will just go grab a bunch of iron. Enough to just fill my inventory. And drop a few pipe on the ground.
Because you're still crafting them?
Yes.
Oh god, leaving a trail of
here.
pipes behind.
Let's say that if we have less than 100 steel in the system, we will throw steel in.
Yes.
Okay.
Although, you know, considering the furnaces that are right next to the iron line,
Mm-hmm.
they could just feed off that. Also, this is a really good case for shift right click and shift left click to copy settings. Oddly, the copying of settings is supposed to also copy the red and green wires, and it doesn't do that correctly. If you have a green wire attached, it will try to attach a red wire instead.
The problem with feeding off of that iron line is that's the kind of deprecated iron line.
It still works for now.
Yeah, but I'd rather have something a little bit more permanent feeding in if I'm going to do automated. I'm okay with
Well,
leaving
there's
it half done at the moment.
There's the research facility iron line right there.
Oh great, now I have to figure out how many stacks of 32 go into 200 pipe.
Hmm? Oh. It might be easier to use the control click thing, which will also tell you how many you have in your inventory now.
Okay, there are 6 pipes there. There are 200 here. So I had 6. Okay. So now I need some steel. I need to actually collect some of the steel. And that was enough steel for them to start filling the furnaces, because we're down to 52 in the system. Cool. Okay, and now I need 100 steel into the input here. Okay, and iron gear wheels, for which I would also like 100. Happily, that is basically exactly what the passive provider chest here holds.
Yeah. Really convenient, that.
Oh, yes, and I should make sure that my chests don't have defaulted restrictions on automation from what I was doing before. It looks like that was the only one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one annoying thing about upgrading, is occasionally it will keep something that you're obsoleting. So, 100 iron gear wheels. And that will start making engines. Okay. I also need some electronic circuits here. For which I will just drop off the circuits that I have in my inventory. 79 will keep us going for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's getting some electric engines produced. Which is important, because that will get us additional logistics bots. Yay!
You may want to consider also trying to auto-craft the robot frames, the flying robot frames. Because that's another really slow craft there.
Yeah. It's a reasonable idea, but I'm okay doing those for the moment. The thing that I really want to worry about right now is getting Blue Science packs up and running again.
Yeah.
For which I am going to need the other kind of chest, for which I will need advanced circuits, which means I need some of the plastic. Okay, you guys are kind of ridiculously slow, so I'm going to go ahead and grab the initial stuff and move it over myself.
Yeah. I was going to suggest that it's not going to go well with 4 bots. It went badly with 10.
And I'll grab the last little bit, too. Okay, so now what? Right, I needed plastics, so I should actually not leave all of the plastics in the chest. Yeah. So, requester chests. Let's make 5 of those now. Okay. you can go down there. And then have a passive provider chest between you and the science area. Yeah, that looks good. And feeding into the passive provider chest will be a smart inserter. Who says that when the logistics network is low on advanced circuits, by which I mean less than 30, he will try to pull out of you, who should, fittingly enough, be trying to produce advanced circuits. You don't need anything special on the assembling machine here. On the blue science pack one, rather.
Yeah.
And then I want a requester chest. There will do. With just an ordinary inserter pulling from it. The requester chest says that I need 2 plastic bars, 2 electronic circuits, and 4 copper cables.
That should work.
I'm actually going to multiply those by 5. Just because that gets nice looking numbers.
Well.
And of course they're happily pulling the circuits from the passive provider that that was supposed to be feeding electronic circuits into the edge and prediction, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care enough.
Yeah.
I will sort it out when I actually care about automated engine crafting.
At which point you're probably going to want that as a requester chest,
Most likely,
rather
yes.
than putting stuff into the passive provider.
Yep, most likely.
For now, you could probably just grab the circuits out of the provider chest and just toss them straight into the factory.
Good
They do
point.
stack up to 56.
Good point. Actually, I think those are 128.
Could be.
But yeah. And then I need ordinary inserter. Going that way. This chest can now double as a steel request for here. And I don't need many steel. For that matter, it can also double as a battery request, which I need the same number as steel. Okay, and now the inserters. So, I need a factory here. This factory indeed can also pull from that same chest. Why not?
If it works, yeah. Nothing wrong with it.
And a passive provider there, and another smart inserter. And this smart inserter is going to say that if we have less than 10 smart inserters, then I need to pull a smart inserter out. And that will accomplish that part. And then I need another factory. And another passive provider. And another ordinary inserter. And another smart inserter. Oh hey, my gun's fired. It's already dead by the time I saw the notices, but the gun's fired. 8 of them.
Indeed. It happened. It's only 2 hours and 15 minutes in.
Yeah, it was probably like 2 biters.
Yeah. It somehow wandered into the slightly polluted area.
Yeah. Okay, so this one needs to be making smart inserters. It is going to be using electronic circuits, which means I should up the request on electronic circuits a bit. Let's try to keep 40 in there. And then... so it also needs fast inserters, obviously, which are going to be coming from over here. And this one is going to want inserters, iron plates, and electronic circuits. Which will come from, oh no, another active provider chest. I actually needed another one. How will I survive? I can't pull a 4th thing from the same one. So this is going to request electronic circuits, iron plates, and inserters. 5 inserters, 10 each of the other 2. Now that's not active provider, that's requester that I need there.
Requester. Mm-hmm.
Five of those. 10 of those. And electronic circuits, yeah, electronic circuits is the last one.
With another 10 of those.
Yep. So I think, in theory, once all of the flying around is done, it should
Assuming
slowly,
it ever finishes.
it should very slowly be producing the blue science packs, and the number of logistics robots is probably the primary limiter on that right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is acceptable.
Well, I'm going to bow out because I've got an appointment to go to in a few hours. Well, about 10 hours. So I'll catch you guys some other time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, take care, easy.
And it's been very interesting seeing your minimal factory layouts there, Fireman.
Mm-hmm.
I may have
Yeah,
to use
they're
them
really cool.
sometime.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep them really compact. You should have seen how minimal.
I may have to start a new game tomorrow. That'll be fun. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later.
And I'm going to step away from the computer for a couple minutes here. I really don't think there's going to be any danger, so I'm just going to leave it running. I will be back shortly. Okay. Okay.
I was quite happy to learn that while I took a very brief toilet break, nothing happened. Speaking of nothing happening, those bots are still flying around.
Yeah.
I think it might be time to make a few more.
Yeah, that might be a good thing. Although right now I'm looking at this and going, okay, why have you not pulled in steel? Oh, because none of it has actually gotten delivered yet. Okay.
Yeah.
The good news, however, is that
Because
we do
the
have
cables are
a
needed
bunch
so
of advanced
quickly.
circuits made.
Yeah.
I am actually fairly okay with the science packs being delayed and getting a surplus of advanced circuits. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I need those for a bunch of things. Okay, so pick up the engines, and then what else do I need? I need batteries. Okay. And I will just go ahead and let those craft in my inventory rather than trying to grab advanced circuits from somewhere.
And slow things down even further.
Yep. It'll take a while, but not especially long. Yeah, 47 seconds for each one.
Probably less. For the first few.
Yeah, since some of them had existing parts. Including, I think, perhaps some advanced circuits, because I didn't see those getting crafted right at first. Hey look, 3 more.
Yay.
Happy little robots flying off and grabbing wire.
Yeah.
So after this completes, we will have 10 of those. Which is still not enough, but an improvement.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of improvement, now that we're actually starting to get the auto-crafting going, let's start researching a cargo size boost.
Yeah. That would help.
Do I not have an iron input set up yet? No, I did not. I shall need more passive providers for the iron chest and the copper chest.
It looks like you've already got copper in there. From somewhere.
Now, what does the system think? The system thinks there's 2,000 copper available. Why is there 2,000 copper? Oh, because the chest here that the copper is sitting in is a storage chest. Okay. That makes sense, yeah. Turning free the last of the bots that I was carrying. So, there are now 10 robots available. Okay, they're available at the moment, but they're in use. You know what I meant. They are available to the system for the system to be using on various things, and they are currently in use.
Active or passive provider?
I thought that was a passive. Yeah, that is a passive. Passive is correct.
On what?
On copper.
Oh, there. Yes, good. That is very good. And then just do that for iron and we're good. For a while at least.
So, if we don't have 100 green science packs, you should be pulling them out.
I think I think I recall you wanting to provide iron to your logistics system. Iron plates. And then I don't think I actually saw you, switch the chest.
I don't think I have switched that one yet.
Ah.
And I actually think I need another passive provider as well. And of course I got the polarity wrong here, so I ended up copying the blank thing over the one that actually was configured.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's why it's good to practice.
I keep hearing random noises every once in a while and thinking it must be gunfire. No, the gunfire I think I'm hearing is just random whooshing-ish noises, which sounds mostly like the machine guns that probably haven't even fired in the last couple hours. I mean, they are still in place, but, you know, they have less range, and the stuff that's coming is getting wiped out by the lasers before it gets close.
Also, nothing has been coming for ages.
Most stuff has been coming, you know, all 3 of them. Something like that.
Yeah.
Right. Passive provider. There we go. The iron is now provided. And the iron is also now being provided into the furnaces for making steel. Yay.
That'll work.
Hey, we are actually successfully producing science packs sometimes. Yay, progress! Also, we're at the full 30 advanced circuits that we were requesting, which is pretty cool.
That's why we've started producing those.
Actually, the reason we've started producing is that we actually have the iron to produce the other half of what's wanted.
The poor bots are so spread out.
Yes, they are.
The many requests.
I kind of want to see what the steady state for this is going to be.
With just 10 bots? I think we're about there.
We're still catching up with the kind of initial requests in a bunch of places. Like, we've actually got smart inserters sitting here, but they're not up to the full cap of what's wanted. It's mostly a question of what the lowest priority thing for them is.
Looks like it's the batteries.
That's kind of what it's looking like, yeah.
But of course, as soon as a battery gets delivered,
It'll
it
have a whole
kicks
bunch
off
of other
all
work
the
to do,
others.
yeah.
Mhm.
It's kind of interesting that the storage chests, it looks like it tries to keep one resource per.
Yes, it tries. If a storage chest already contains one item, it will try to put in only the same item.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, if it absolutely has to decide on where item X goes, it will try to put it in the storage chest that already has it. Or an empty one. Okay, it's really kind of cool to watch the logistics network item status. As things get picked up and then almost immediately replenished.
Mm-hmm.
Also, remember how you made a bunch of lights earlier? Yeah.
Yeah, sooner or later I may actually place one.
Indeed.
The first thing is I have to actually notice that it's dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, even the night in the middle of a base is not so bad.
Mm-hmm.
If you're out and about in the wider world, it gets really dark. But in a base, you've got enough little accidental light sources that it doesn't get incredibly dark.
Maybe make a few more robots?
Yeah, I'll probably do that shortly. Looks like we're about ready to fill up on the electronic circuits for the advanced circuits, which will free up a few more bots for other duties. Yeah, like I mentioned before, I'm kind of curious to see what the steady state for this is. I'm not sure I'll let it go all the way, but I'm enjoying watching the organized chaos here for the moment. It's pretty. Okay, so we're actually full up on the smart inserters at this point.
Yeah, eventually a battery is actually going to make its way here.
I do kind of want to see that happen, just to watch the chaos, you know?
Yeah.
I know it really wouldn't change things that much to craft some additional robots and add them, but I don't know. It feels like walking into a symphony and asking, can you guys make it a little bit louder? Hey,
you could pick
that
up
was actually
the
batteries.
electric engines. Ooh. I was thinking you could actually pick up the electric engines now and, well, let some more of them craft.
Yay, we're crafting some science packs.
Woohoo. Yay, batteries.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that batteries are as low priority as they are, given the short trip. They're like
the last ones you put
10
in.
tiles or something.
They seem to be filling in the order that you put them into the logistics interface.
That makes a reasonable amount of sense.
Oh, hey, once you have a few production robots, you can shift-click to deploy things like, smart inserters. Or fast ones. Or regular ones. Because, yeah, shift-clicking is ghost build, where instead of placing the item, you're placing a mini blueprint.
That's kind of neat.
And then a construction robot will attempt to fill your request. They time out after, I think, 5 minutes or so.
And it gives you an alert if it's missing the material for construction. That's kind of cool.
Of course.
Okay, so yes, I should make more robots. Which does mean, yes, I want some engines. And I even want some advanced circuits this time.
Missing materials, missing robots.
So yes, what I am missing mostly is batteries. Okay, they're crafting now.
Yay.
Also, we're below 100 batteries. I think that means something kicked into action up here. Yes, we are pumping iron and copper in here. Incidentally, That should be a requester chest, really.
Yeah. You didn't have one at the time.
You want 100 iron and 100 copper. There you go. I'd make the coal one a requester chest, but where would it be requesting it from?
Yeah.
I need to actually expand my borders before I do that.
That is in fact all the coal you have.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna last a while.
Yep. But yeah, now that I've actually got stone, yeah, the coal is kind of ridiculously near here. I mean, it is just outside my walls. It's just that I literally didn't have enough stone to build walls around it before. I was that low. I was sitting there staring at it going, ah, it's right there! But
Right there, I see it.
It is literally on the other side of my wall. There is... I don't even think there's a tile of separation. I think it is literally the very opposite side of the wall. I'm going to go check on that. Yes, the little fortification thing actually extends out and touches the coal. Because it's that freaking close. Okay, 4 more bots deployed. 5, as one finishes right then. I'm all out of steel. I shall need to go steal some again. Okay. More bots. Make more bots. Need more bots.
Indeed.
Okay, so we have actually filled up on the inserter line for the moment. So literally all we're waiting on is batteries for the science packs.
Unfortunately, before those can arrive, first we need cables.
Mm-hmm.
And the cables and simple circuits are going to get used up making advanced circuits. But then eventually we'll get batteries.
I am going to give the bots a hand here. Hey, look! Here, have a bunch of electronic circuits. Have a bunch of copper cable. Have a bunch of plastic.
That should help.
Mm-hmm. Especially as I keep adding more bots.
Yep.
Hey, we've got continuous production of science packs for the moment. How long that will last, I don't know, but for the moment, it's working.
Mhm.
I'm thinking after cargo size 1, probably go ahead and do the speed 1 just because it's cheap.
Yeah.
Speed 2 is back up to 100, at which point I think I really want to go for automation 3 instead. Because I've had these 4 speed modules sitting around in my inventory since when it actually made sense to be using them. And I would kind of like to, use them to upgrade a factory into a better factory. Would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah, your logistics droid swarm is finally looking a little more reasonable. Oh hey, some of them are actually going to storage.
Mm-hmm.
And gone back out. Nope. But yeah, the swarm, it's doing useful things.
Yep.
That's really cool to watch.
4 assembler ones at the moment. And then I have 3 assembler 2s that don't have productivity modules yet. Or, not productivity, but the other.
As far as effective count of assembler ones goes, you can probably just look that up in the electricity thing. The shocking report.
Oh wow, we are actually staying drained on copper cables right now. I actually need to upgrade the copper cable factory.
Woohoo! Kind of.
Well, it is actually kind of a woohoo, because that meant that our logistics system was being effective enough that it was no longer the bottleneck. Which is impressive.
That inserter stack size bonus is helping here. If you are feeding the cables onto a belt, you'd need 2 extractors. On cables. On the cable production plant.
Oh yeah, because it's doing 2 at a time. Yeah. Yeah, I would need a second extractor on each end, and...
It really is fast enough to use a fast inserter for input. And by the time the fast inserter has returned to its normal position, it'll be time to pick up another. Also, you're not producing copper fast enough.
No, I'm not.
I wonder if one of your copper mines ran out, but I don't think one.
No, I think it's just that I hadn't actually been straining the system until just now.
Hmm.
Yeah, things like the supply, the thing that was pulling off of the belt into the passive provider chest for copper. Okay. So I need an underground belt here. I do not need that power pole because it's redundant.
Speaking of copper being pulled out into a chest, do you notice the furnace on the right of the copper field? It's outputting to a chest which doesn't look like an actual logistic chest. It's full.
It's actually known. I'm working on that right now.
Good.
Yes, and that is not only a copper chest, that is a full copper chest.
Yep.
Where do I want to place a mine here? Don't like any of the options. That's probably about as non-terrible as it gets. And then I need an electric furnace if I don't have one already. And I don't. Oh hey, we actually ran out of advanced circuits. How irksome.
Indeed.
I can't just go grab advanced circuits to make that productivity module. Darn it. Or efficiency module, rather. I do need to remember to call them by the correct name.
Effectivity.
Yes, so it is. I will
It's a
call
really
them by the
silly
correct
name.
name, by which I mean the other wrong name.
Yeah. I think I much prefer the other wrong name. Just saying.
Yeah, efficiency really is what they're all about, so... Okay, and now I see 2 electric furnaces in my inventory. Where the heck did the other one just come from? I swear it wasn't there a moment ago. I even looked at the thing as I was making it to make sure it wasn't highlighting somewhere, and I'm sure it wasn't. Stupid logistics drones. They slipped an electric furnace into my back pocket when I wasn't looking.
Indeed.
Okay, now we're actually keeping up with the factory. Good. Much better.
Yay! Surplus cables. Of course, it helps that we're not using as many of the circuits.
Hmm.
Because
Although I imagine the
on...
circuit thing is just running full blast at the moment. Yeah, it is. We've got one spare circuit in the chest. The advanced circuits, that is.
No,
regular
I was
circuits
thinking simple circuits.
The regular circuits now, that one's in good shape.
Yeah, that's why we've managed to catch up on the cables. We've got enough regular circuits now. We caught up with those.
Yes, that looks significantly better. And the assembling machine for the advanced circuits looks like it's running without interruption now. The assembly machine for blue science packs also looks like it's running without interruption. Excellent!
Woohoo!
Okay, so next thing I need to set up is I am automatically producing batteries. I need to automatically be producing sulfuric acid. Kind of important, that.
Isn't that just a matter of having the sulfur producer right next to the sulfuric acid producer? Taking from one, putting into the other.
I need to supply iron to the sulfuric acid.
Oh. Right, sulfuric acid does also need that.
The interesting question is what the SMART criteria is going to be for this. Honestly, do I just want to completely fill up on that? Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So, dumb inserter. And try to keep up 100 of those.
Honestly, you could probably leave that at like 20.
On the other hand, I provided it with 100 some to start with, so... It's going to end up at basically the same steady state regardless. This
Yeah.
just gives it a larger buffer. Okay, so... Engines. Yes, I wish 8 electric engines.
Yay! There's iron going in.
And the blue science pack thing has run out of batteries, as usual.
Mm-hmm.
This is actually perfectly okay with me right now, because I am trying to steal the advanced circuits anyway.
Yeah.
There we go. So that's as many as I can craft at the moment. So what's our robot count at the moment? 28 before the ones I'm constructing. I'm constructing another 5, so 33. Also, I need to grab some circuits to shove into that engine producer. There we go. Oh, sorry, we'll be at 34, because there was one more sitting around in my inventory when I counted. So I will make one more after that, because, 35. Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's still pretty obvious we need something more in the hundreds, but... This is a good start.
Yes, it is. And we actually managed to produce some blue science packs again.
Amazing. Yep, there went the battery.
Hey! There are actually, there were 10 of them in storage for a bit there. It's down to 3 now. And now
Oh
it's
my
empty
goodness.
for the moment. But hey, the fact that it got to 10 at any point is really nice.
Yeah.
It actually had a dead moment.
That is awesome.
That means it might actually manage to keep up with the demand. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, they're the ones you just fed in, though.
Yeah, but I was feeding in 3 right then, and there were 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm seeing some going into storage now.
Which is wonderful.
Granted, they're not staying there long, but they're going in.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
And this is going to get a lot better as soon as that cargo size up goes in, because a lot of it is duplicates.
Yeah.
That is very nice. That is very, very nice. So, you mentioned power usage earlier, looking at the factory ones.
Mm-hmm.
There are apparently 4 active according to that. The more interesting thing is that Roboport is sitting at about 400 kilowatts most of the time.
Well, the bots do need to recharge.
400 peaking up to like 600, so not terrible. But it's a darn good thing that I have 90 solar panels sitting around.
Yeah.
In fact, what I probably need right now is more accumulators.
Hmm.
What's the accumulator count at? The accumulators I have... If I actually back out to somewhere where they're visible, I have 75 at the moment. Which is probably...
Yeah, you could have some more.
It's probably getting kind of tight at the end of the night.
Yeah. That'd be my guess.
Ah yes, the solid fuel input line here that's feeding into a system that's
Nothing.
completely off. Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up the solid fuel chest, and I suppose I'll go ahead and rebuild it just because that gets it out of my inventory. And because it would bug me if I built it and didn't power it, I will go ahead and place down one power cable thing too. Okay, so I want 15 accumulators right now. Which is not going to happen right now, because I do need to go grab batteries. And what else am I low on? Oh no, I just need a crap ton of batteries for this, right. I forgot about that. Accumulators are expensive on batteries.
Mm-hmm. 5 batteries each.
Yep. So, to improve my energy, I am going to demolish some solar panels. Wait, what? It's because if I put the accumulators on the inside and the solar panels on the outside, I don't actually need another run of towers.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. So there's one more bank of accumulators there. Which brings us
Yeah,
up to
that's really...
90.
That's really where the substation shines, is you can cover its entire surface area with accumulators. It will work
Yeah.
perfectly.
I really want to get substations, but they're hard to get to.
Yeah.
Anything with a blue science pack is a pain in the ass to get to.
You know, you placed down your solid fuel chest, but I don't think you actually placed the solid fuel in it.
No, clearly I put the solid fuel in it. You will see in just a moment when I go and open the chest over there, there will be solid fuel in it. See? About 100 solid fuel. I never make mistakes. Yeah. Thank you.
Eh. It kind of jumped out at me that there were cubes in your inventory. Also, that one piece of copper ore you could probably just toss into a smelter somewhere. Preferably a cop melter, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter especially much. First I have to find a smelter that actually has vacancy. There we go. The first one I opened was chock full, which is a good sign.
Yeah, well, no, it's actually kind of a bad sign. It means you're not processing it as fast as you could be.
No, it means I have enough
Unless...
copper plates that I don't actually need to be getting more.
That's true.
Especially since that's not even the one that's supplying the logistics system. That one is also blocked. I have two of them that are blocked because I have enough copper plates that I don't need more.
Oh, nice. Perfect. And may that last.
Yeah. It won't, of course. But it'd be nice if it did.
Well, it'll probably last long enough. That is still a fair bunch of copper.
I am out of petroleum gas. I should be doing something to solve this. I have enough solid fuel.
And you have cracking capabilities.
So this one is heavy oil, so heavy oil to light oil. This one is light oil, so light oil to petroleum. And I will need some additional piping. Hey, I still have some lights. Of course, it just occurred to me that I extended the wrong line there. Oh well. The line I meant to extend would be the water. Oh, incidentally, I checked again at one point, and it actually looks like I'm one tile off from being max distance. Apparently I miscounted. So that there is actually one more spare tile between the bottom line and the refineries up here. Ah, well.
Amazing. Alright, cracking underway. Now we need output.
The good news on that is I think that is, in fact, exactly what makes that connection possible, because I think that one is max, if I was reading the thing right. There we go. So we're now producing some petroleum gas. And consuming the other oils in the process, which means the refinery will be able to run. Which is useful because there is 2.5K crude oil sitting up behind it. Yeah, the pump jack has actually stopped because it has no more room to place things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the refinery also needs a water connection. I forgot about that. I went and switched it over to that and then never actually set up the connection. Oops.
Well, you can see how how critically important that was.
Oh yeah, it had my entire base stagnating.
Indeed.
Oh hey, there's an attack underway, and they actually did some damage. Because they're over at the expansion base where there's a little less protection. Of course, they're already dead, but they did damage something.
Uh-huh. You mean they took like 3 hit points off a wall?
Probably. Or more likely, they took 3 hit points off of 2 different walls.
Oh, yes, it's true.
Okay, so the refinery is running. Yay. Oh, that looks nice. We're actually getting input of the gas that we need. Oh hey look, we have a chest of solid fuel here. I don't think I'm ever actually going to use it for anything.
Yeah.
At least not for much.
Well, for storing the solid fuel.
Well, yeah. But, I don't think there's a reason to connect it to the logistics system except maybe to keep a car topped off.
Oh, yeah. Except the car can't be... can't request.
Okay, so to keep one solid fuel on me in case the car runs out of gas?
Yes! Yeah, something like that. course, you do have wood, which is somewhat more likely to stick around.
The problem with that is I don't have much wood. I've got all of 26 pieces of wood on me, and that's all that's in my base. It's a rare resource, man. I would have to go all the way over here past the expansion base to get wood.
Alright. Guess you could keep a single cube of solid fuel.
Of course, for any of this to be at all important, I would first need to actually be using my car for something.
Using the car, yeah.
I say this as
Which,
I
it
walk
being
over to the other
inside
base.
your walls... Yeah, which it being inside your walls is not likely to happen.
What can I say? I'm a collector. It's an antique. It's vintage 5 hours ago. Okay, so what's the sum total damage over here? It did have the message in red, right?
Yep.
Oh yes, there are 4 walls here.
And it had a number 4 on it.
Durability 79 on my repair tool. Durability 46. Wow, they took
Oh my
33
goodness.
points of durability.
So many hit points.
So that was totally worth the run over here. Zoom. Okay. Back to the base. You know, the night really isn't as dark as I remember it being. Oh, I think I know why. Zooming out a bit, I think my my energy shield is producing a little bit of light. So the area that's right near me is slightly lit. That would be my guess, at least.
That is very possible. There really aren't that many incidental light sources in the base.
Mm-hmm.
But they're still not necessary either.
Yep. So the accumulators look like they're draining to about 1/3 capacity right now. Which is reasonable.
Yeah.
That's 50% redundancy, which is quite acceptable.
Yeah.
Also, I have a bunch of explosives that I should probably actually craft into rockets. Two explosives for each rocket. So, sure. I'll go ahead and pick that up and craft a metric ton of rockets. So I've got 100 rockets crafting. Which still leaves me with a fair chunk of explosive items in my inventory. I'll go ahead and drop the rest of them back off. You do use a bunch of rockets, but not quite that many.
Oh yeah. Well, it depends on what you're attacking. But on big worms, you may as well not bother. At least not until you have the serious upgrade research. But for taking out a random biter spawner, sure, that'll work.
So we've got a good amount of sulfuric acid. We are low on plastic.
And the petroleum gas still isn't getting made quite so comfortably quickly.
Yeah, the trouble on that is that the petroleum gas feeds sulfur more easily than it feeds plastic. I think I'm just going to go ahead and use the same trick that I used over on the boilers, which is you can rotate the end of a pipe to ground. This has the effect of just disconnecting it. Done. We are no longer producing sulfur, we will instead be producing plastic.
A good plan.
Excellent, that looks good. That looks very good. Yeah, and we've got lots of sulfuric acid right now.
Yeah, and you don't really use it that quickly.
Yeah, our sulfuric acid is sitting at 500 some over here in the tank, plus whatever's accumulated in the pipes.
Yep. And the only continuous drain of that is just the batteries that occasionally get
They
made.
use 4 each. No, 2 each.
Yeah.
So that's like 200 additional batteries. Yeah, that'll do for a bit.
That'll last a while, yeah.
Not indefinitely, because we are using batteries like crazy. Because, you know, blue science
True.
packs, but... Also, anytime I add more logistics robots, which I haven't needed to do for a bit. I think we're probably okay at 35, at least until we get the cargo size up, at which point we're definitely okay at 35 for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, the power usage story is definitely told well by the 10-minute graph. If we have the Valley of Night, it ramps up to full solar production, and that's probably not even the full output from the solars, that's just the max that the accumulators can take in. And then it craters to like half of that once the the accumulators are full, which happens before halfway through the day. So, yeah, the solar end of it
All
is
is well.
perfectly good. The accumulators, more wouldn't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But then that's basically always true of the accumulators, I think.
Yeah, more of those never hurt. Of course, there's a point where more of them don't help, but...
Mm-hmm. And, if nothing changes, that is this point right now. I have sufficient, that's all you need. More is not really necessary. I do love just watching the flow of the drones going across the base. It is pleasing. Especially coming from having 4 drones a few hours ago.
Mm-hmm. Hell, about an hour ago. No more.
Well, if you look back to when the stream started, I had 4 drones and they weren't even really doing anything because I just didn't have enough to accomplish anything. Nor did I have a system at all. Now we actually have a system here and they're accomplishing stuff. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely borderline on whether we have enough of the drones.
Yeah.
But it's just barely sufficient, I think.
You could stand to have about 15 more, but they can wait.
Yeah, and as soon as the cargo size that's running close to done here finishes, yeah.
They will effectively turn into 70 robots.
Which will be plenty for now. Yeah, 15 engines for the diesel locomotive.
Yeah. But unless you want to make a lot of loops, which might be okay, you're gonna want 2 of them per train.
Just so there's one at head and tail.
Yep. Also, do not put both of them at the at one end of the train.
Because that gets pathing confused.
Yeah. Which is a really silly way to get pathing confused, too. I'm trying to turn left, and it's turning right. Oops.
Left, man! Your other left!
Yes! While just went live, exploring/designing UHS 3 Alpha 1 single player. Okay.
Cool.
Cool. Meanwhile, I think I'm going to go uh, unlive very soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can understand that. It's kind of late where you are.
No, actually, it's kind of early. It's
Well, yeah,
3:26.
but you know, the two are much the same.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think I just saw the bad end of the transition, where the uh, machine that's assembling blue science packs actually fell down to not having any spare batteries. And then immediately got one. Before it ran out. I think that was probably the low point in this. It just barely manages to keep it running constantly. Acceptable.
Which is good enough. It'll get even better soon.
Mm-hmm. Almost there. Almost there. So close you can taste it. There we go. Yay! Cargo size 1, got. Automation 3 next. Please, please, please. I really, really want that. Incidentally, the cargo size 1, what was the time cap on that? I didn't think to look close enough, and now I can't spot it in the list. Ah.
Well, that's because it'll show up as cargo size 2.
Ah, true. It just replaces the older one. So it costs 30 seconds each on those.
30
Okay.
seconds. Yeah.
So this one is, in theory, half as fast, but in practice just means I'll be using twice as many research labs. Which I was using, like, 2. So now I'll be using, like, 4.
Yeah.
You know, I'm actually willing to use the speed boost modules here. Now that we've got the improved logistics system that should actually be able to handle keeping that supplied, it makes sense. And now we start actually having some things go into storage again. Because we have finished the backlog that had accumulated.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Wow, past 20 robots in storage there for a bit.
And then, of course, they swarmed out.
Yeah, but only like 8 of them. Wow, 28, 30?
Oh my.
That's not the ones that are actually in storage, but that's the ones that don't have an active mission. I misspoke earlier, that's the available ones. Jeez. Yeah, the system is working, man. It's working.
Yep. Yeah, that's perfect. The cables are fluctuating quite quickly. But they do seem to be hanging around that steady state of 60 to 70, or 70 to 80, something like that.
Yeah, things are going well here. Things are going really, really well. Okay, so I'm working on some effectivity modules. Efficiency modules, let's call them. Just the effectivity. Yeah, terrible name.
Yes. My thinking as well.
Basically working on those because some of the factories had not gotten them yet. And they should.
Yep. Yep.
Especially since I've got one that's consuming extra energy, I should really be trying to offset that as much as possible.
Yeah, energy reduction, good.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you're running on solars and have limited nighttime capacity, yeah. Really, really good thing. Let's see. The electric furnaces are still one of the major components, along with the radar. Yeah, the assembling machines, too, it's kind of buried in the mess of colored lines here, but it looks like you can see where I... Actually, that might be where the logistics research took off and we started being able to do more factory work. I don't know. Okay, so efficiency can go over here now. earth is that fourth assembling machine one? Oh, there's a random spare here that was making magazines ages ago. Let's just pick that up. I have not used that in a long time. It hasn't even been connected to resources in a long time. Hey, wow. Our resource drain is actually going to be increasing soon. We're about to run out of the extra stockpiled red science packs. You know, the ones that we've been running off of for the last forever.
Well, there were like 500 of them, weren't there?
Yeah, there were a bunch of them because it had just been auto-producing for a while and it didn't have any reason to stop.
Well, I think I'm going to call it a night.
Okay. See you later, Narc. Sleep well.
Good night.
That will up the power usage for a bit before I actually get the productivity modules, or the efficiency modules, let's call them, into them. But that's okay. And I need some more plastic. And that's about it. Boy, this is just about perfectly matched on speeds with the advanced circuit manufacturing. It's a little faster, though. Either that or something has gone oh my over here. We have run out of copper cable in this chest. Why have we run out of copper cable there? Because I pulled out a bunch of copper cable and it cannot actually resupply it fast enough. Because I also pulled out the electronic circuits. Okay, so let's go ahead and top the electronic circuits off there. Yeah, this assembly machine is just top down. Jeez. Okay, it did finally catch up long enough to start adding some to the chest again. Oh yeah, that took a lot though. I think the only reason it caught up is it stopped having demand for science stuff. Which is kind of impressive as a way for it to get caught up. And we are actually using red science packs again now. We ran out of the surplus finally. I want to get efficiency improvements into the other 2 or 3 factories here? No, just 2. The 4th one was the one I picked up, right? So that's now an efficient thing. And then I also want to do it to this one. So this is crafting at speed 105. As soon as I get automation 3 done. This one will be going at speed 125 without any special thing. Good to know. So it was about there that it gained that one. And about there. So the next time it should be even further left. It is actually gaining on it right now. Yeah. So we are producing more advanced circuits than we're using. Just not by much. But we are. So, what next? Okay, we've got that effectivity module, have a second one here, and there we go. Okay, so that's most of what I wanted to do efficiency-wise for now. And I could still do a little bit with all of the miners that only have 2 of the 3, but... Also, yeah, one of our iron mines is done here. So I should reclaim that. And this one is a little low, that one is... midlife still. Okay, so I need another electric furnace here. The electric furnace needs to have... Weren't there a bunch of efficiency modules in the things that I just picked up? swore I'd actually added efficiency modules to these things. Huh. I must be forgetful. I must not have actually finished doing that. I thought I had. Whoops. No wonder my mines and my furnaces have been using that much power. They were actually using more than they needed. Well, I feel a little silly now. Yep, I feel kinda silly. Because this one still needs a... Apologies if I'm not terribly much on commentary here, but I'm kind of juggling things in my head, and that makes me talk a little less. Oh well. I'm sure both of you are very upset by that. So upset you will probably refuse to say anything in the comments. Logistics system is hypnotic the way it moves. And again, I'm the kind of person who always used to enjoy watching a computer's disk defrag. Sadly, these days disks are just too complex for that to be a reasonable operation to watch. That is a lot of ore backed up there. That is a real lot of ore backed up. But I kind of don't want to start this furnace until I've actually got the modules in it. Which actually I should be putting the ones in the furnace down below first. Because these are the ones that are actually in use. So we do actually have a advanced circuit in there. It just got pulled out and then replaced, but it was there. Over time, we will eventually build up a stockpile. Unfortunately, we're going to be using advanced circuits much faster than we're creating them right now. Which does probably mean I should think about putting in another advanced circuit maker. Or at least using the speed modules on this one. Okay, I'll do that. In a game that's been very much about efficiency, that kind of pains me to do, but it does make sense too. Hey, there's Automation 3. Excellent. What do I want after Automation 3? Logistics 3 is pretty useless. Rocket damage stuff doesn't actually use normal science packs for the most part, which is kind of odd. Nor does the rocket shooting speed. Yeah, I'm really leaning towards pushing for the fusion reactor. Because that would be really good power-wise. It is 4x4, though, which means it's basically incompatible with my current suit. My current suit has 5x5, which means that then I would not have actually any room left for stuff. It would go down to here, and then I would have that line, and okay, I could put in a battery and some solar panels. None of which would be useful because I wouldn't have anything to do with any of it. So that's obviously not a great idea. What else? Effect transmission is actually really, really nice. Yeah, effect transmission is really nice, but basically what it does is it allows you to get half of a few additional modules into all of the things near a beacon. I believe only one beacon can apply to any given building, so you can't just stack a bunch of them on top of each other. But still, I think it has either 2 or 3 slots, so that gets you some additional slots of effect, which is a good thing. Ooh, effectivity 2 might not be a bad thought. Minus 40%, oof. So 2 of them at that point would actually be maxing out the energy reduction. The level 3 ones are just... yeah, nuts. Not even worth pushing towards. The level 2 ones are really expensive, but possibly worth it. On the other hand, even the level 1s, I'm having a hard time building as many as I would like to have. So I don't know that getting the upgraded ones that are harder to get is really worthwhile yet. Power armor? I could push for that. Would give me a much better grid. A Mark II power armor is just... no. That is way, way too expensive. It takes far too much stuff to do. Mark I power armor is more or less accessible. It takes a crap ton of processing units. But it's doable. Actually, really, what I should probably do is logistic robot speed for the moment. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab a 35% boost to logistic robot speed. That will be noticeable and very nice. And yes, I have factories. Yeah. I should look into actually using those. So let's go ahead and finish off what I was doing, which was making my stuff efficient. So once I have all of those in place, I will be able to activate this one, which I will do over there just so that I don't pull from the corner here and do odd things with the inserter. That will get me more iron input, which, granted, is not really necessary right now, but it will be necessary in the future because these two are going to be running out. And I'm eventually also going to want to add more mines over at the other base, but for now there's a huge backlog of ore, so I can work through that first. And once I'm through with the backlog of ore, then it's sensible to go add more mines. I'll take a little more iron, sure. And we're making steel, which is a good thing. Yeah, basically everything is just working smoothly for the moment, which is nice. The system is doing what it was supposed to do, which is making me not have to worry so much about where stuff is. Good. I'm tempted to take the second furnace here off of steel smelting duty, but I'm honestly not sure what else I would have it do right now. I think that's probably about as good as I can get, because my iron situation is good to the point where I'm not actually using all of the furnaces up here. Yeah, I think I'm just in good shape there. So really what I need to be working for is advanced circuits and the factory. I'm going to up the request amount on copper cable. I'm not sure that will actually help, but I will try upping it. Yeah, I think that might actually help, because that'll get me more of a buffer over there. Oh hey, the laser shot at something briefly. I would really like to see there being more copper cable in that chest. But I'm thinking this factory just isn't fast enough for there to be more in that chest. Which is a little silly, because it means that the very first Mark III chest that I make may actually be that one. Which is just... yeah, that's bizarre. Yes, my Mark III chest is going to be sitting here making copper cable. It's important, man. It's important. So for advanced circuits, to make them myself, I need plastic. That is what I was short on. So go ahead and make me 4 speed modules. And actually just go ahead and turn that into an assembling machine 3. Because that's what I want it for anyway. What's the expected time on an assembling machine 3? It is 343 seconds, so about 6 minutes. It takes a while. It takes a long while. I'm not sure if that is a base there, or just a group of enemies that was there when it got scanned. Let's go take a look. Not like I have anything better to do right now. I'm mostly just waiting for progress. So, down this way there are a bunch of worms, and that's it. So that's basically a alien fire base. I don't want to go particularly near that, thank you very much. Although I suppose it might be useful from the standpoint of testing out how my offense and defense stack up. But I think what would happen right now is I would go there and just explode. Because those things hit like a truck. Hey, logistics robots are about to get a speed boost. Woohoo! There we go. Logistics robots speed. Okay, what else? I grabbed the tool belt mostly just because I can. I could push for combat robotics too, which would allow me to get the distractors. Distractors sound like they could be useful. Makes 4 defender capsules and 3 advanced circuits each. The defender capsules require piercing rounds, E-circuits, and gears. So not terribly much. And I could look at getting combat robot damage and robot count. Honestly, I really should work on the follower robot counts because they're really, really easy, and that will give me time to build up a bit of a stockpile of blue research, because it's green-red only. Okay, so I'm going to solve the copper cable problem the other way. So that passive provider goes over that way. feed into it like so, and I don't even need to copy any settings because it has none. Yeah. And then what I need is... First off, canceling that because it's going to take entirely too long. I need a long-handled inserter. Like that. I need a fast inserter. Going that way. And then I need an assembler too. I need follower robot count too. I need 2 effectivity modules. And this is going to produce more copper cable. There we go. That should help. That should help a lot. I am, however, running kind of low on power at the end of the night there. That's not so happy. Yeah, my accumulators just ran completely dry there. What was using that much energy? Mostly the assembling machines. Mostly just the assembling machines. Okay, so there's the effectivity module there. Oh yeah, the assembling machines are kind of running overdrive right now because I'm using green and blue science packs, right? And I'm using them fast enough that I'm actually not able to keep up production. Right. Get the second effectivity module installed there. I thought I had, but yeah, worth checking. Okay, that's follower count 2. I don't really need follower count 3 yet. So let's go pick up a substation. That sounds fun. Also sounds kind of heavy. Maybe that's just me. And I do still have some available robots, which is nice. Although, not always. Let's see, the logistics stack size 2 requires purple science packs, and it takes 300! Holy cow! Wow! All that for a third thing. Jeez. That is nuts. I would be far better off just adding more robots. Far better off. Jeez. Okay, I'm about to have the Factory 3. Yay, Factory 3. This thing has 4 module slots. Into those 4 module slots I wish to slide, well, what all do I want to put there? I mean, 2 of them effectivity, obviously. A third one could also be effectivity. Jeez, do I actually want to get the productivity module now? So if I understand how they do their math right, which I might not, using 1 productivity and 3 effectivity would give you a net of 50% reduction in energy consumption. Because I'm assuming it's just going to add the factors together, and then do its balance checking at the end. So what that would accomplish is not terribly much, because it would give it a 4% boost to productivity. Reduce the speed. Yeah, it's just not worth doing that. Let's see, I can do an 80% reduction here, which would take this to 42 kilowatts. Which actually ends up being less than the assembly machine, too. That sounds like a pretty good idea. That sounds like a pretty darn good idea. And I also do want to upgrade that one to an Assembly 3 later. Yeah, we are fresh out of power here. We kind of desperately need more accumulators. Fortunately, it is getting to be day here, so we're getting some of the power back. Really, our solar situation is pretty darn good. The solar itself, I think, is more than sufficient. Probably decidedly excessive. Because we have 90, so we've got... not all that excessive, really. Means we've only got about... a little under 6 megawatts, 5.4. So yeah, we just topped out there. So we have 12 electric furnaces at 180 kilowatts. Yeah, at 180 kilowatts. So they are running a total of 554 kilowatts. So they're running at about 46 kilowatts each. Which is pretty good given that they're supposed to run at 72 each, so I'd say that they're probably all correctly equipped now. And some of them are idle a fair bit of the time. Okay. There we go. That's down to 42 kilowatts now. It's a very, very efficient assembling machine. Producing about a third of what the assembling machine 2s do, as far as pollution, which is also pretty darn good. So let's make another assembling machine 3, so that we can upgrade this one and get rid of the speed modules. The speed modules are hurting my energy efficiency significantly. Accumulators are not charged yet. We really could use more solar panels, couldn't we? Yeah, we could. I may end up turning on the dirty power for a couple days here. I'd rather not, but, you know, if the option is that or be running out of power, it's definitely the lesser of two evils. So yes, that is managing to get the accumulators charged, which is good. Or actually, it's not actually managing to charge them, it's just managing to keep them from discharging much. Ooh. Yeah, my energy needs are high, aren't they? Yeah, it's those roboports. They are energy expensive. And there's no good way to reduce their energy usage either. I need more steel. There we go. And then I need a bunch of solar panels, for which I will need electronic circuits in abundance. Oh wow, I am actually draining off my copper now. I need more copper input. Okay, before I do that, assembling machine 3 takes over there, the 2-speed modules come out. Yeah, that's better. And I need a bunch of effectivity modules here. Actually, I do have a good supply of advanced circuits. Good. So I'm going to drop 3 effectivity modules into this assembling machine. And I will need 2 more after that. And after that I would actually like another assembling machine 3. And I know I had something else that I was doing before this. Oh yes, mining drills, right. I am trying to build something here, game. Oh well. Substations, excellent. Those sound pretty darn cool. And then... Logistics Robot Speed 2 would be reasonable. What looks good here? I could upgrade my laser turrets. That's actually a reasonable thought. I'm thinking I really ought to be upgrading my own personal defensive stuff. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to build the stuff, but yeah, it'll be worth it. Effect transmission is also not a bad thought. But let's go with the Energy Shield Mark II for the moment. This would be so much easier if it wasn't going straight across my iron line. Okay, so let's go with there. so. Need more underground belt. Drop the efficiency into the mining drill. Do I have a furnace right now? Yeah, there it is. Good. So the furnace can go there. Activity module again, and then the assembly machine 3, now that I've actually got the thing that I needed immediately. More copper, please. More copper. So, I want one of the smart inserters here, which will come over and replace the fast inserter. And it is going to say, if in the logistics network we have less than 60, then we need to activate the secondary one. That should do. I have no idea what I'm going to be doing with the third Factory 3. Honestly, I might just replace this assembling machine and make that one sort of useless. That, or I might make a second... Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Make a second passive provider thingy. A second advanced circuit maker. That's definitely an intriguing possibility. Kind of tricky to do implementation-wise, though. Why do I not have regular inserters? Because is this one... that one is set right, because I'm not getting iron through to there. Oh. Aha! That would be why. My iron belt has finally slowed down. And I'm actually out of copper in my inventory. That doesn't happen very often. Especially because when it does, I tend to pick up a ton of it. Okay, so I've got a bunch of mining drills. Good. I think I probably even made more mining drills, which was silly since I actually had plenty. Okay. There is a power pole there. That should not be a problem to move by a step. If that is, I actually grab the correct form of power pole from my inventory instead of the great big ones that would be useless here. Just balancing out the effectivity modules because I've got a bunch of extras. In fact, this one, really, I could probably just take all of it out because this one's not going to run very often. Yeah, I'll leave it alone though. Boy, I am low on iron plates in my inventory, too. That's kind of rare. Well, while I'm waiting for stuff to craft, I will go ahead and run back for more iron plates. That should take long enough that some of my modules will be done again. At which point it's sort of sensible to wander all the way back over to the other base. drop off to a normal inserter for now, because I do want some of the iron getting through, please. We'll replace that with a fast inserter again soonish. Do I really care about my radars? Have they provided any useful data to me since I started this session? No. Okay then. That's an easy answer. Will help my power situation tremendously, because the radars were a major component of my power drain. And so that's already cut it in half, and I'll go kill the other half as soon as I get back to base. When I need to figure out what I'm doing with my assembly machine 3. I am certain that it can be put to good use, I'm just not sure which use I should be putting it to. That power pole. There we go. So we're now moving the iron over to the other side, which means we can actually fit in another furnace. Okay, so pick that mining drill up. Move it there, and put the modules back in. And then I want to send the output from this one over that way. And pull it into that furnace. Because this one is running low enough that it doesn't really need its own furnace anymore. That frees up this furnace to come up here and work on the iron line that actually can supply a furnace. There we go. A bit easier because I no longer actually have to worry about the advanced circuits. Yay. I should seriously think about getting beacons soon. So what have I picked up recently that was awesome? I grabbed something. It's not power armor yet. Access to defender capsules, which is reasonable. Oh, this is silly. I'm sure that one of the things I researched recently was something that would be really tricky to actually build. What was it? Maybe it was just something I was thinking about doing and I didn't actually take that one. I don't know. Regardless, I now have an assembly machine 3 available. And yeah, I think this is where it needs to be. That looks pretty good, yeah. Oh yeah, I need to take down the radar. Good. Oh yeah, substations. That's what it was. Substations are available now. So they require advanced circuits, which does make them kind of tricky to make. Boy, we're making advanced circuits a good deal faster than we're using them now. That's really cool. means I get lots of advanced circuits to work with. Very useful. So that means I can make substations with those advanced circuits, right? So I just built a substation. Also, I have a logistic robot sitting in my inventory that I'm not sure why he's there and how long he's been there. Apparently, somehow I've managed to pick up one at some point. Maybe I deconstructed him? Yeah, you can deconstruct one while they're flying past you. Okay then! Need to be careful about deconstruction when I'm under the hail of logistics robots. Could accidentally pick them all up. Okay, where was I? So... don't need a gun turret down there. So, substation. The substation I should have somewhere in my inventory. There it is. Okay, so as I sort of expected, it's a reasonably large structure. Oh, good. Energy shield too. And then I would like some Mark I power armor to put that in. I'm looking at this with respect to the stuff down at the bottom, the solar panel width and such. So I could fit 4 solar panels and an accumulator in the radius of this. So basically, if I line it up like that, it would mean 16 solar panels and 12 accumulators for each substation. So the follow-up question here is, if I make a second substation, it is indeed willing to connect out far enough. Yeah, that is nice. That is very nice. So I'm basically going to be re-architecting my entire field here. Because I can close it up and make it more uniform and things like that. And I think in the process I may actually get rid of my dirty power completely. Just because I'm using it super rarely, and even when I am, in its current form, it's not strong enough to actually be useful. cannot actually power my entire base, which is kind of funny. The problem I'm seeing at the moment, though, is that because the substation distance is exact, there is no room for an area to walk between them. So basically, if you make a solid grid out of this thing, it will be completely unwalkable terrain. You'll have to go around the outside. And there's not much of a good way to insert a gap into that, I don't think. The big electric poles have a long enough reach to connect to them, but they're also not passable. And if I drop down a big electric pole, I cannot walk through it. Medium electric pole does not reach far enough. Things won't connect to something with a longer range beyond their own range. You're always limited to the shorter of the two ranges involved. Which is a bit annoying right now. Okay, what if I looked at the space differently? So... the radius on this is basically 8 tiles out from the center. From the edge of the station, rather. No, sorry, it's 6 tiles out from the edge of the station. Those are 4 wide, not 3, despite the fact that it's got 4 rows. So that does end up being 14 by 14, as kind of expected. You could make a 2 wide gap on one side. That would be okay. Let's see, at that point, what would you have for space? You would have... 4 rows of 4 solar panels, so 16 solar panels again. And less accumulators. This time it would be... 3... 5. But then every once in a while you could make one of them be totally accumulators, at which point it would fill up with lots. Let's let's see, it's 14 by 14, so it's a 7 by 7 grid of stuff for 49 of them, minus the station itself for 48, minus the 7 on one side, which makes it 41. Yeah, that would be a lot of accumulators in one place. I'm going to go ahead and do some redesign while it's night and the solar panels are not working anyway. So yeah, that's as far as it could go and have buildable everywhere. And yes, of course, the sun just came up. Oh, I just realized I could actually build beyond the... No, I don't want to build beyond it because they connect on even footing, so... Okay, something like that. Well, I actually can't get close enough there. That's kind of amusing. Also kind of annoying, but also, yeah, amusing. Mostly amusing, even, I would say. I think I built this the wrong way around, because I think I want my gaps going north-south most of the time. Or at very least this one, because this one is right at that border. that. Okay, and I need another substation here. And it is exact change on distance. Oh yeah, a medium electric pole can actually fit here. And it will in fact connect. I have miscalculated significantly. In that case, the original design works very nicely. Am I all out of accumulators already? Yeah, I think I am. Okay, and a medium electric pole there. liking the look of this design now. I'm liking the look of it a lot. Make electric poles get off of my hotbar. I don't need you. And now I need more substations. For more substations, I need more steel. Okay. I can accomplish that. The steel is here. Mostly right here, but... something looks unhappy over here. We have run out of that. Okay. So we need to start producing sulfur again. And we are in really, really good shape on petroleum gas, so this should not be a problem. There, and add some pipe. There, now we've got more petroleum gas storage since we need so much of it. I was wondering why things were getting awfully quiet. That would be why. Okay, so I now have the materials for a bunch more substations. Okay, this substation goes there. There we go. Capacitors again. More accumulation, please. Oh yeah, I like the look of these. They look organized. As opposed to the kind of messy stuff that I had before. I actually need a fresh steel pickaxe. That is the second pickaxe that I have, it's the third pickaxe that I've crafted all game and the second steel one. Jeez. That took a while. Okay. So I have enough left for one complete solar area and part of another as far as accumulators goes. I'm kind of feeling like I want to extend my borders all the way to the great big ocean there. That is going to run me into trouble with the area up there that's not going to be fun to take care of. Let's see. It feels good to be disassembling this old behemoth. It had been here and taking up far too much space for a long time. So how's my accumulator bank doing? Badly. Kind of as expected. I would have been reasonably surprised if it had not been doing badly. Take out a significant portion of your capacity on something, you really kind of do expect to be doing badly on it afterwards. Unless you were explicitly taking it out because it wasn't needed. I need more batteries in my inventory. Hey, cool, I have power armor. Or, well, I have researched power armor, rather. I haven't actually built it yet. Next up, I want portable fusion reactor. I do not like that the system is reporting no plastics available. Oh, that would be why, because I actually ran out of coal. Wow, that's impressive. I have run out of coal. Okay, well, that kind of solves the problem of which direction I expand next. Completely out of coal. Jeez. Make a bunch of wall, please. There it is. Okay. I shall come down here. Basically just building this so that there is a way to get to the turrets, but you have to take a long route to do it. Okay, and now I will actually use the big electric poles. Because this is a long ways down. Really, I can't quite actually reach that far just with the medium poles themselves. There we go. That will do just fine. Build a couple more just to fill in the gaps and make it nice and even. Because that would bother me otherwise. I'm that kind of a person indeed. I would need to ship these a long ways to get them up there. It's doable, it's just a long ways. Okay, and then I need a passive supplier. Yes, passive provider, that's the one. So that now can provide coal. Okay. So now I have coal incoming. And with that coal that's coming in, I can then come up here and request it. Coal now requested. Oh, there's another one of these. Okay. How did I miss seeing that? There we go. Now I have coal entering the system. Yay! So coal entering the system means I will again be producing plastics, which should reactivate everything. Just as soon as I turn sulfur production back off, because I have again drained myself of the basic resource there. And I have lots of sulfuric acid now. And I mean lots. I do not need to be splitting heavy oil anymore. Instead, what I ought to be doing, as soon as the light oil gets drained out of here, which will take a bit, is double cracking light oil into petroleum gas. Because, yeah, I need a lot of that stuff. bothers me a little bit to be losing some resources, but oh well. It was minimal amounts of something that I have too much of anyway. Crack light oil into petroleum gas. Yay! There we go. I think I'm going to go ahead and stop the stream here. I'll probably keep playing on my own, but I haven't been talking very much lately, and honestly, I'd rather just play the game rather than trying to worry about talking to an audience. So I shall see you guys later.